just can't hear. We were cool and we were clear, with no colors on our skin, till we let the spectrum in. Say my name, and every song.
When it seems your existence is irrelevant, when you don't get a choice, when what people think of you defines who you are. Being kind in this world means you're weak. People pick on you, use you, destroy you, and when you get the courage to point out the hurt, you become the bad person. But when was kindness weak? Is it not a much greater feat to love those who hurt you than to hate them? And how could I ever hate someone I spent so much time loving? Yet I've broken into 1,000 shards of lies and made up personalities that I don't love, and if I'm honest, I don't think I ever really knew who I was. I spend hours every day searching for a solution across aesthetic routines and self-help tutorials when I should have been looking at the problem in the mirror. So, what do you do when you don't know who you are anymore? You cry. You cry and you let yourself be sad, because maybe the first thing you really need to do to feel again is to be okay with feeling. It's okay to be lost. It's okay to start over. And maybe that will take time, a long time. But you will find your reason to continue. And you will find yourself in the places you never thought you would. In the way the sunlight sparkles through the trees. In the smell of the rain on a summer day. In the hum of the air at night. In the laugh of a friend who really sees you for the first time. In the smile on your face that isn't forced but genuine, and you will find yourself again. I know it doesn't feel like it. In fact, it feels like nothing at all. Like years of pain and hurt turning into indifferent numbness, a blur of reality fading. But you have to wake up. You have to get yourself out of that hole, because if nobody else is going to save you, then you will. I would end this on a positive note, but the truth is, I can't. I am not the one who decides that. I can say a million words to stir emotion, but I cannot change the fate of your life. You are the only one who decides now. Who are you? What do you do when you don't know who
people left on Earth! Yeah! Wait, what? Wait. What? Guys, plaguing!
It's a Sunday, January 21st, 2018. A 44-second video is uploaded to the Minecraft forum with the caption, "Found a way back again." Despite the wording, Vale2_ had never posted before, but their only other comment gave people the first clue to their disappearance, the most insane unsolved mystery in Minecraft.
Left under the radar.
Where is Vale2_? Vale
how healthcare system that has a wing of resurrectors and I have a terminal patient, well, why not just operate on the dead body that's in stasis and then revive them? That's going to be a lot cheaper than using more magic to keep them alive.
Yeah. No, 100%. Oh goodness, I was completely going to say something I forgot. Could you eliminate the threat of death? I don't think so. I mean, it depends on your world, right? Like, it depends on what world you're in. But I think in most scenarios, in most fictional writing, right, making the universe immortal, first of all, is its own plot hook, which I have heard of a story that has done that. I don't remember what exactly happens. But also that is to prevent aging, right? Like there needs to be no more. If you're writing a hard magic system, you need to prevent basically everything, right? Like that's kind of the equivalent of stopping time, because aging is just the effect of time moving forward. And if you plan on preventing that, you probably have bigger problems, frankly. In a soft magic system, you could, but like I said, it's kind of its entire plot hook more than it is world building. If you just prevent death, in my opinion.
Also, it depends on the type of death you're talking about. Like if someone is literally ripped apart atom by atom into a vacuum of space, I don't think I'm going to put them back together, even if I knew where all of them were.
Yeah. Someone mentioned reincarnation, which is kind of a separate topic, and it does produce its own little bit of intrigue as well, right? Where it's like nobody's immortal, but everybody's kind of immortal because you'll just reincarnate as somebody else. I think that was a Black Swan. No, not Black Swan. Black Mirror. What's the anthology series? The Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
I believe it is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that you're referring to.
Yes, that one. Yes, in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
It also works.
Yes. So in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, this is actually relevant. I'm sorry.
It is.
No,
it is.
I've never seen. Is that a freaking JoJo reference?
Yes, it is a JoJo reference. There is a character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diavolo, who is cursed in a way to infinite resurrection, where he will always die a different way afterwards. So his life never ends. He is dead in that timeline, technically, but he keeps coming back forever. So he is technically immortal.
And is up to the entire bloodline of Joes to basically defeat him every time because he's super evil and yada yada. He also has like 5 different.
You're thinking Dio. Huh? I'm referring to Diavolo. Diavolo is the one who shows up much later. Different immortal. That is another person who is past death.
Oh yeah, because Dio has like what 5 different types of immortality.
Yeah, he does. It's absurd.
That's hilarious. No, the other immortal person. I've never watched JoJo personally, so I'm not 100% sure. We've been streaming for, as the question was asked, we've been streaming for, oh goodness, how long has it been? Like an hour? Yeah, about an hour. Change. Hour and 10 minutes, give or take. If you can't reverse back on YouTube, you could always try on Twitch. We stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so I'm already doing on both of them. So if one of them likes you more than the other, then feel free to swap back and forth as necessary. One of the questions I wanted to talk about, because I did receive this as a comment that really, really intrigued me. is when it comes to the generational gap, right? I was talking about how, you know, if with 80-year lifespans, we have a 20-year age gap between generations, 2025, let's say. If we doubled that to 150 to 160-year lifespans, we don't have a 40-year generational gap, not on average at least, because there will always be the outlier of people procreating the moment they are capable of it, right? No matter how long their lifespan is, there will be a number of people who procreate the moment that they are mature enough to do so.
It also raises, well, yes, but also, like, for example, we have social generations that are, granted, this is like a wishy-washy type of measurement, that are about 15 years apart each. With that being said, that's primarily because of the human age of puberty.
Yeah.
So there raises the question of, under that system where lifespans are longer, the social generations will still be the same regardless. It's just that the overlap of those generations will grow more and more as more generations get stacked on top.
Indeed. And if you were to say, let's 10x it, right? So instead of living 80 years, we live 800 years, right? And instead of being the standard generation age being 20, it's not 200, let's say maybe 100, right? So because, again, the average line is getting pulled back by the want to reproduce earlier, then you have 700 years of generational gap, or 700 years of generational overlap, I should say. I think realistically, keeping track of generations doesn't even mean anything anymore. Like you are more similar. Yeah, you are more similar to your previous generation than you are otherwise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's similar to like the I'm part of the upper third of, I'm pretty sure the upper third. I might be on the halfway mark of Gen Z, but if you've ever noticed culturally, the upper portion of Gen Z is more associated with millennials, while the lower portion of Gen Z is associated with Gen Alpha. At that point, there's no real generation there. It's just split.
Yeah. And I think that the generational differences, I personally, I kind of feel on the other side of the fence with you, reqs. I think that I personally think there would be a lot less contingency, just because the longer the lifespan, the less generation really means something, in my opinion. London, if you have
maybe not
questions,
generation, but experience.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of the era, right? Where you have like these eras, you know, these blocks of 100 to 400 years of time, depending on, you know, how long people's lifespans are.
So at that point, it wouldn't be generation; it'd be century, essentially.
Yeah. But yeah, whatever the era that they choose to use is, you know what I mean? It's more of a form of identification, which is how I treat generations even now. Realistically, I think that the identification format would just expand.
From like an American perspective, you might break it into certain historical events. Like you have the people who were alive during COVID, people who
antebellum versus postbellum, yeah.
alive during, you know, the big terrorist movement in the early 2000s, World War II, World War I, Revolutionary War. You know, there are people who have so many different experiences, and if you're born after this thing, you maybe just can't relate to those people as much as you would otherwise.
It also raises the question of, given enough, the population would not accelerate, but the speed at which it would increase and then level off would be a sharper curve than it is in real life because of healthcare and how that would impact. So it would boom faster than it has done nowadays in real life, but it would level out faster as well. With that being said, that means you have basically about a set size of populace across the entire globe, where eventually it would find an equilibrium. In that circumstance, that also means you have a particular population that sets the speed of advancement in technology and magical technology, which means that you're going to have global catastrophes more frequently. For example, with the World Wars, that was basically the first thing ever in that circumstance. I guess maybe colonialism was the thing prior to that, but that wasn't the whole world. To where it has impacted not only a generation of a continent, but a generation of the entire globe. The pandemic is the closest equivalent we've had since.
Sure. I do want to mention, London, the reason why I called you out is that we're talking about that video that you referenced. So today's stream is talking about the topics in the most recent video, if magic was real. So if you have any questions, now's the time to throw them out. We're conversating about healthcare, the healthcare portion of the video. And after this is the one that I've been really excited for, before we get into comments and what I'm calling flood questions. But we're gonna probably do a wrap up on healthcare and then talk about oppression, which is my favorite part of this entire conversation because there's so much debate.
So the summary for healthcare, which I think we mentioned each part individually, is A, people live longer. B, if you are injured, you will probably have some way to heal it, unless it is, so beyond our understanding that we don't have a means to. And it will
Even then, we
probably
have like
be
cybernetics.
Yeah, there's some ways, but there's some things that
Yeah,
you just
so-
can't fix, like mental effects.
Yeah. Trauma.
Arbitrary. And then the final one there, which is the availability of healthcare. Odds are, if magic can be learned by anyone and you don't feel like dying, you'll probably know a healing spell or two.
Yeah.
Or have a tool that
Especially
can do
for
that.
cuts and scrapes.
Exactly.
I guarantee you every child friend group is going to have at least one person who can patch up a cut or scrape they have when exploring the woods.
Everyone's got a
party
magic
has a
rock in
medic.
their bag.
Yeah, everybody
Mhm.
has a medic. You always have a medic in your friend group. Since when would magic have existed? So we're under the presumption that magic is a fundamental force of the universe, right? So we're using the fire analogy. That it has always been around. Humans harnessed it really early into their development as a species, and it's been around since, right? So it's a fundamental portion of our universe and of our society and culture as well. We did explore the options where it was like ancient, so it was discovered in ancient times or produced in ancient times, or even recently within the past few decades. The analogy being between when iron and steel was discovered versus when the internet was discovered. We're not working under that assumption right now because it feels like that would be kind of its own plot hook. On top of
I also feel
world
like certain portions of magic would be found very quickly and certain portions of magic wouldn't be even thought of until later, similar to if you have fire versus electricity. Both are utilizing fundamental forces and similar fundamental forces, but they're not exactly the same, and it took much longer to understand and control the electricity. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the separation between evocation and I don't know what the AG2 is doing.
Greater evocation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like the quantum physics equivalent. So I guess the AG1, not novice. What's the other?
We'll get into the utopia.
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
get into it.
Yeah.
But like in that progression, different types of magic have different levels of complexity, which would be discovered
Yeah.
later in that progression.
At
Yeah,
reserve
100%.
_pi, but would large corporations even
Give me
exist
just
in
a
the
second.
first place?
We're going to
Cause
talk
it's
about
one
that.
of those
We're gonna
things
How about I
so
introduce
much
oppression?
technological
While you
development.
finish what you're doing?
I would throw this question into the frame for one to remember is that people being more reckless and having access to a more chaotic force may mean a influx of non-natural events, which I think also comes to the point of non-natural defenses, right? So like how preventative is magic that is also offensive, right? Like how strong what security, in a okay, now get into oppression. Hopefully that was oppression.
In all seriousness, it's a very interesting topic because it is so oppression is something that is going to happen no matter what, as long as one person has more power than another person, there will be some fight for that power. In a magical society, and this is where it becomes relevant, it was the discussion of the relative ceilings of power. Oppression becomes simultaneously easier and harder. For a
At
individual,
_pi,
if
yes.
I am just a
But
single
how
person,
able is that
it
person
becomes
able to
easier
get
for
what would
me to oppress
satiate their
others
greed?
because I have the capacity to get stronger and then exert my control over a smaller number around me. Whereas on the societal scale, stronger. And if I am stronger than the local police force that want to bully me and cause problems, what are they going to do about it?
get stronger.
Exactly. So
Theoretically.
there is a competition for
It becomes an
power.
arms race.
But
Yes.
if an individual has the capacity to get as strong as a small militia, there are individuals who will get as strong as a small militia, and they will be a competition.
It also makes it so that militia becomes individually the same strength, and as such, the militia itself has increased.
Yes. And that is one of the comments that I saw that was very wonderful. Or you're going to say something?
Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. I think that when it comes to oppression, when it comes to world building, oppression is almost written before the system, right? Because systems are going to interact so differently depending on what you want to
Magic Nepo
make
babies.
possible. So people are saying, like, there's always going to be greed, and there's always going to be somebody who wants control, and I agree to that. But whether or not they are enabled to do that depends a lot of the time, in my opinion. So, like, for instance, there is an amount of oppressive capability that comes with something. With iron, right? Iron and steel. There's a lot of oppressive capability. With electricity, there's a lot of oppressive capability because you can make surveillance. You can make, you can make cages. You can make Iron Maidens. You can make handcuffs. There's a lot of ways to physically, mentally, and socially oppress people using those things. However, the oppressive capability of fire, there's not much. Right? It's hard to oppress people with fire, or at least oppress other people's ability to use fire with just fire, right? If I were to oppress your ability to use steel, I can just use more steel than you. But I can't stop you from using fire by making more fire, right? Like, there's nothing I can do against you to prevent you from using fire if my tool of choice is fire, right? So, to me, it very much depends on what the magic does, right? There is such thing of it not being capable. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna put you on the subboard. I don't know how many people know what a subboard is. It's a Twitch thing. If you're on YouTube, ignore me. But I'm gonna put you on the subboard. Thank you so much for the Prime sub.
I could also fall into the progression of types of magic, because like with the steel versus more steel impact and the fire versus more fire impact, that also raised the question of how versatile is magic. But if we are also saying that magic is also basically defined by its versatility, then it must also be versatile. Therefore, you may have fire, but I also have fire and also water, and you also have water, so we're both basically evenly matched.
Yeah, I think that there's always going to be a method of oppression, but I do think that oppression will get more and more difficult, or rather, have more and more cracks in its defense the more you introduce something like magic into the world. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
And also the larger the scale, which is also a natural inheritance anyway. The more people you oppress, the harder it is to oppress them.
That'll always be true, no matter what happens, I presume.
I mean, because if you have a small amount of people, hell, one person, that's very easy to bully them. A small group, also easy. That's called the Reject Club. And then the larger the group, the harder it is to oppress, whether that be from outside factors or under factors, i.e. them trying to revolt against you. And then you have outward oppression, which is one nation trying to oppress everyone around them, which is basically impossible.
So why don't we look at...
Go ahead.
Oh no, I will go.
Okay.
So why don't we look at oppression as it relates to the rules that we laid out?
Okay.
And I think it's a pretty easy solve here. If anyone can learn magic, and it is something that is very difficult to conceal from others, odds are it's going to be really, really difficult to oppress people as it relates to magic. And if people can continuously get stronger based solely on their capacity to exert more force or more energy, then it's going to be really hard to fight against an individual with a high capacity for that.
Yeah. I think that oppression also requires control, which is something that we haven't talked about a ton yet. But it's like, how chaotic is the force of magic? You know, how much precision can you produce with such a thing? Not to say the precision is required, but it is very helpful when it comes to oppression at least in my head. And maybe I'm crazy about that. But if it's just this giant, chaotic, willy-nilly force that both you and I can use, then you having more of it isn't really going to change much, right? Like, you having more of it isn't going to help you to oppress more people because it's so unpredictable in that nature.
I think
right?
it would be like
Other than
logarithmic. It would
threatening
be of diminishing returns.
Maybe. I mean, maybe even not. Like, even if it isn't, assuming that you don't have the precision to hold down, if you're oppressing 1,000 people and one of them gets out and one of them getting out means it ends the oppression because they also have magic, you're kind of boned.
It's incredibly fragile.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That I think that's how I see it. And that's my biggest argument when it comes to the oppression thing, is that a single person escaping it is so devastating to the oppressor. Magic seems better at offending than it does at controlling to me.
Yes,
You also
by
have the
far.
case. You also have the case of when it comes to how chaotic is it. Well, I would consider like similar to fire and building fire. It follows a set of rules, but fire still is also somewhat unpredictable in how it's going to operate on not a micro scale or a mega scale. Like you can see forest fires and predict where it's going to go and stuff like that. That's how they are able to control them. But on the human scale, the macro but not mega scale, you have a chaotic force of nature. Conversely, you have the higher up you
Magic
go in
itself
that
is a tool of
progression,
oppression. If you
electricity
have a way to
is also
remove it from
chaotic,
people,
but incredibly
that's
easy to
extremely power
control,
held over
especially
you.
as you handle circuits and stuff. So I think the more advancement you get, the easier it is to control, but the more complicated the thing you are controlling is.
Yeah.
I do see a chat in Twitch. Do you mind if we read that?
Go for it.
They say, not true. As we can see in our history, everyone has fire and steel. It will depend on their society whether they focus on their people or warfare. Their technological level will be different. And that is, I believe, a lot less true for magic. Because in the real world, everyone has fire and steel. But how do you get access to fire and steel? It takes money, it takes time, it takes resources, and you have a limited supply. Magic,
That also implies connections.
yeah, you have to have connections
Like
as
there are
well,
island
because it
nations
won't
that
all
don't
be
have
located
steel.
on you.
Yeah, there are island nations that don't have steel, but they do have fire to like cook fish and stuff.
Exactly.
But they tend to be more isolated versus a global world, like the U.S., Europe, or, North America, South America, Australia, etc. You have an entire web of technology, some more advanced than others in various different ways, but the fact that they all have something that the others want is the
Don't
entire
forget
point
the
of the
many
economy.
revolutions of industry
Exactly.
that fought
And that's
against
where the
monopolization.
oppression can come from. It's because you can control what you have and what others want from you.
I have what you
can't
want,
do
you
that.
do something for me, and I can give it to you.
Yeah, and you can't
It also
do
raises
that
the
with
question
magic.
of there's a difference also when it comes to like services and stuff versus like a particular like plant. Like if it takes one seed, I actually this is a really good analogy. If it takes one seed for your
Different
monopoly on a
systems,
plant
different
to
uses.
completely
Why would
disappear because
everyone
other
use
people
the
can grow
exact
it,
same system
that's
in the
not
exact same
really a
way?
monopoly. That's
There is
just
always going to be
a
different things.
tremendously insulated fragile monopoly.
Why is wording
Well,
abstract so
comparatively, if
bleeding
you are the
difficult?
only country in the world that has the climate for it, that's where you have the leverage because you're the
Yeah.
only place that can possibly get it, even if another country has that seed.
Geography is a really strong example of a natural form of not necessarily oppression, but power struggle that usually turns into oppression. I think a few things that have popped up in chat that I think are very, very impactful and important things to consider is, can magic prevent magic? Right? So can you use magic to prevent somebody else from using it? That is a huge oppressive measure, right? That is super important. The first step to tyranny is censorship, right? So being able to censor is so important to controlling a populace, right? Oppression also has a threshold, right? Like natural republics, hierarchy, democracies, they all require some amount of quote unquote oppression because they need some form of governmental control, right? Like culture and society is based on this. Oppression is just it's the symbolic threshold that we put on it when we say they have too much control. There's a granularity there where we will not agree. So let's just go past that point, right? Like into tyranny, right? Like what we would generically agree is a tyranny. I think that people will always try to harness and control. But if your magic cannot cancel out somebody else's magic, it's going to be really hard. If geographically magic is the same, it's not going to matter where you live, right? In fact, the natural geography that we exist with today wouldn't matter anymore, right? Because it's like you don't need good farmland anymore. You have magic, right? Magic becomes a crutch in this case that makes it harder to oppress based on geographical preface.
It also raises the question of like, I'm using Utopia as an example, but like if there is a difference in location in terms of the potency of magic, for example, the Twilight Forest, that will create a natural, like, not watershed, but basically a natural direction from high to low pressure. Also, when it comes to magic preventing magic, I believe that's apotropaic magic, which is protective magic. It's where magic can be used to prevent harmful magic.
Best tyrannies are never known. If you keep your people docile and controlled, that keeps them blind. Agreed. At least from the inside. From the outside, it's usually pretty easy, right? Like
it's also not scalable. It works on the short term and in the small scale, but as you increase, that will slip.
I think that is one thing to take into consideration. Is that I think that most tyrannies struggle to persist and expand at the same time. In general, right? Yeah. Like human creatures, sentient life doesn't like to be pushed in that direction, right? In order to keep like a population tyrannically, you need to keep them happy at the same time, right? Like they need to be content. Because at the end of the day, if you convince them that they have a reason to revolt, they will, and you will lose. Like, it doesn't matter, right? They just outnumber you way too harshly. Now,
most tyrannical societies were through a bloodline.
CGP Gray has a video on if you're a ruler, king or otherwise, you always have keys. You have to keep the keys happy or otherwise you're screwed.
Yeah. In a modern day, I think that the equivocal to magic is money, right? Like if you have more money, you have the ability to oppress. Because money is so universal. Right, like money
if
turns
magic
into
has the
anything
capacity to influence minds, then it would be very easy for just one person to become functionally a god.
Which is at least such a prevalent resource. Yeah, it becomes such a prevalent.
People don't. You can do a lot more.
Yes, which brings the question of divination back. If magic has the capacity to influence minds, then it would be very easy for just one person to become functionally a god. That is true, and I think that there's gonna be a lot of nuance to that, right? So like, for instance, who can that affect, right? If we're using like tabletop RPG terms, then generally there's a form of resistance. It doesn't matter what system you're in, right? Generally, there's a way to resist that effect. So who can resist it? The people who can resist it are probably gonna be the ones on top at the end of the day. Even those who can cast it, that or it is so disproportionate or inconsistent, it's not even worth using as an oppressive instrument, right? It just doesn't work often enough to use reliably. But I do think that emotional control, emotional manipulation, social manipulation, political manipulation are always going to be a big part of tyranny, right? Like, it's just the supernatural form of propaganda. Instead of me brainwashing people, I'm mind controlling people. You know what I mean? Power lies in the proles. The most oppressed are in the middle class. With mind control, I feel like realistically it would be controlled depending on how well trained you are. Yeah.
But those people would be missing vital parts of their identity.
Yeah.
The best spokespeople buy what they sell.
I think that mind control, realistically, kind of moves away from oppression and turns into kind of like, realistically, a supernatural form of society that we can't have today because we don't have the technology for it, right? I feel like we're expanding the scale of oppression at that point. But I do think it's something to consider. When we talk about Utopia, I can put a lot of this into direct reference.
Video game has been played by some of the biggest content creators in the world. It's even had partnerships with Intel, Microsoft, and the Chicago Blackhawks. It's been 5 years since I left that team, and I haven't mentioned it until now. This is a story about success, ego, and betrayal.
I guess, right? Like that seems kind of entering a
rewind to 2019, and little baby Aya has zero experience making games. Instead, I was a PC gamer and had a love for everything hockey. So naturally, when I heard about a free physics-based hockey game on Steam, I became a fast fan. I became super active in the community, is where the unicorn came from, and I started casting matches in an organized league.
2 seconds left, it hits off the Sapster and goes in!
So when the original developer announced he no longer wanted to develop the game, it was heartbreaking news. But thankfully, one of the other developers bought the rights to the intellectual property and started making a sequel, and I was invited to test it. Knowing nothing about game development at the time, the state the game was in had me absolutely worried. But instead of just idly sitting by, I decided to help out by doing graphic design mock-ups of UI and trying my hand at programming solutions the dev team was having. Honestly, it was kind of like showing up to your dream job, picking a desk, and just working even if they didn't hire you. But with enough persistence, they did eventually invite me to the team for a 15% revenue share. In this particular case, our agreement was for 15% after Steam's cut and any server expenses. I was totally happy with 15%. After all, I had next to no experience. But my passion for the community and game helped me pick up and learn new things like a sponge. This part-time thing quickly became something I spent practically every waking moment on. The lead dev recognized this and increased my rev share to 20% and gave me the role of creative lead. Keep in mind that at this point, the 20% really didn't mean anything because we're still making the game. It's mostly an IOU. As development goes though, we ran into some stumbling blocks. Making a sequel to an existing game might sound easy, but it immediately sets a high bar and point of direct comparison. We needed players to test, but it was hard to pull people away from a game they already loved to play a buggy work in progress. On at least a couple of occasions, the lead dev had frustrations boil over and publicly called some volunteer testers idiots, which would forever change our relationship with parts of the community. Burnout would rear its head here and there, and there was a point late in development where I had to talk down the lead dev after he suggested canceling the project after months of not being able to fix networking issues. But through all of that, we did eventually get to an early access release on December 7th, 2020, and the money started rolling in. And that's not hyperbole. We were making between $30,000 and $40,000 per month. One major difference between the first game and this remake was that the new lead dev had a goal to monetize it. The original game had an optional $15 supporter bundle, which brought in just enough money for us to break even after server costs. We implemented something similar in the new game, but that's not where we stopped. Perhaps one of the biggest things that we did was adding an in-game currency called pucks. This allowed us to assign value to a metric in our game that we could also monetize. You slowly gain pucks for free as you play, but of course you could also buy bundles. Each tier granted a large amount of pucks that weren't easily converted to a dollar amount. This was purposely designed to avoid players shaming other players who might have expensive loadouts. We also tacked on a percentage increase for each tier to incentivize the higher cost bundles. You might be saying to yourself, oh, that's where they made all the money, but actually the amount of revenue we generated from the supporter bundle and in-game purchases was alarmingly small. The real moneymaker was through in-game advertising, and we didn't implement ads like you would see in a mobile game. The tech we use is actually kind of interesting. It tracks an ad's angle and display size to determine valid views. We placed ads around the boards, and they fit naturally since they're already in actual ice hockey rinks. We got in on the ground floor with an ads platform, so when we launched, a good portion of the ads the company was serving were to our game. But as the platform added more games, our revenue started to decrease, and worry started to set in. It was around this time that the lead dev floated buying the rights to a game called Slappy Ball, and this is where things start to get complicated. The way things were set up, each of us 4 developers had a revenue share. What we got was after any expenses, so minus Steam fees, server costs, and any miscellaneous expenses. If the studio wanted to buy the rights to a new game, our agreement didn't cover that. We had to specifically invoice to be paid, and none of us really did that, so what we were owed was a hefty amount. The lead dev
commonality,
needed
again,
our
everyone
approval
has
to
it.
dip into the funds we were
And then for
owed.
answers for
This would
supply,
eventually
healthcare,
result
and
in a
oppression,
proposal for a
Utopia
new
innately
contract
has a bunch
where
of
we'd
advanced
lose the
racism
money we were
that
owed,
are gonna mess
but
with
gain
us
a
little bit,
percentage
but if
share
we
of the
only
company.
address them
I
as sort of
originally agreed
equal
to
in every
this,
way,
but in the
not
months leading
necessarily
up
true,
to
but
receiving a
we'll pretend
formal
like it is.
contract,
Context,
things
but yeah.
changed.
Yeah, it
We
depends
tried to
on the
think of
context,
ideas
but
for a
let's
new
just
game,
assume
and it was
that most
pretty
of the races
clear
are
no
functionally
one
the
was
same.
on the same page.
Supply.
Rebound was a remake, so the ideation was
takes
done.
exertion to
Not
use
being
magic.
able to
There
agree
is
on a
some
new
sort of exchange.
idea
One
was a
can
big
something,
red
one
flag.
can
In addition to our revenue decreasing,
amount of
some
energy in the
ongoing talks
process,
with
so you can't
publishers
just
fell
do that.
through. And then another round of burnout set into the team.
Maybe it's made
For whatever
better with
reason,
magic,
I've been
maybe
able to
irrigation is
avoid
a little
burnout,
easier,
so there was
maybe it's
around
a lot
a
easier
month
to
and a
till
half
spread
worth
your
of
seeds,
time where
but
I felt like I was the
functionally
only
those,
one working on the project.
systems
There are
still
entire
exist.
patches where I was the
There
lone
are some races
author.
that live
So you can
longer, some
imagine my
races that live
surprise when I
shorter times.
received the new
Let's
contract
just
and
take
the
this from a human
percentage I was
perspective.
being offered
There are
was
spells
lower
that
than
can,
what I was already making.
fix any
I don't know
food
if
to
any
make
of
it
you
no
watch
longer
Shark Tank,
poisonous
but
or
let's
unsafe to
recap
eat.
here.
So,
At the time, my existing contract was 20% of Slapshot's net revenue. This new contract required me to forego the $38,599 I was owed for 15% ownership. For context, agreeing to this would mean that I would have worked full-time for a year and a half, basically free. And at that time, and even still nearly 5 years later, Slapshot was the entire company. To make things worse, the contract implemented a vesting period, which meant on day one I'd have 0% ownership and would have to put in at least 3 years to have full access to my 15%. It also came with a gnarly 5-year non-compete that would only start ticking after my last day of employment. The lead dev assured me that this was all industry standard, which to this day I don't know if that's true or not, but still a rough hand to be dealt. Just because other people have agreed to those terms didn't mean that I had to. To say this offer made me feel undervalued would be an understatement. So much so that I couldn't find it in me to even negotiate changes. And because I wouldn't sign the new contract, the lead dev fired me.
Reach levels comparable.
It was honestly one of the saddest days of my life. I poured everything I had into that project and community, and within minutes of publicly announcing I was stepping away, had all of my access revoked. Obviously, that was inevitable. It was just a surreal feeling to have everything you helped build disappear in an instant. The speed at which it happened was fueled by pent-up animosity the lead dev would later disclose. Now, I admit that it was lame that I verbally agreed to the idea of a new contract and then didn't sign it after seeing the details. But that's why contracts exist. Lead dev blamed me for what he saw as a missed opportunity in acquiring Slappy Ball, which saw a brief uptick in player numbers after being acquired by another studio. Honestly, knowing everything I know now, not signing that contract was the right decision. Even still, it's disheartening to hear rumors about my contributions to the project being diminished, and even more upsetting to see it confirmed when my role was changed from the creative lead to artist. Now, there's certainly nothing wrong with being an artist, I just don't think it's representative of what I poured into the project. There's very little of the game that I didn't have a hand in shaping. As sad as it is, it was therapeutic for me to put together a list of every major feature I can remember working on. You guys let me know if it's representative of an artist's role or not. There's more that I could get into, but I don't mean for this to be a drama video. More so to share a few life lessons I learned from this entire project. When it comes to business, don't leave anything up to good faith. Money and stress have a peculiar way of changing people, and sometimes it brings out the worst in us. It's easy to overlook the way someone negatively responds to things, but unless they're actively working on that, at some point you may find yourself on the receiving end of that same energy. Thankfully, this experience wasn't the end of making games for me. To see one of the projects I would have never been able to make if I agreed to a 5-year non-compete, with the video on your screen.
Like your access to
I was the
something is
creative lead.
extremely limited. There are two types of matter that you can create. There's magi matter, which is basically just inert clay.
Seconds left, it hits off the sapster and goes in.
So when the original developer announced he
that can be used as a component, right? Like we know some number of characteristics about it, but not very many. At the end of the day, it can be a rigid substance, it can be a power substance, or it could be a refinement substance such as an adhesive. Other than that, you have transmutation, which only works on pure substances. So you can't like make something into bread, right? You can't make food with this type of magic. And also, if you want to make it permanent, it does not cost a form of exertion that you can just get back, right? It costs actual life force to do that, right? You are being killed slowly when making a spell permanent. To answer the permanence question earlier, in Utopia at the very least, and again, specific to your magic system, but in the Utopia system at least, permanence costs life force, right? Temporary magical effects generally cost stamina because you're opening a gateway to somewhere else, right? Like Utopia still observes the laws of thermodynamics, but it uses the quote unquote planar trash can excerpt, right? Which is one of the reasons why we call it hard and soft magic. Like, it's hard magic, but there's a lot of hand waves, right? There's a lot of effects that make it very simple, right? Trash can planes, done. Where's the energy go? Somewhere else. That's all that matters. There's an equal exchange. It's just not happening here, right?
If you look at all of time and space and every single plane in existence, yeah, there's there's no increase, there is no damage.
Yeah.
However, if something catches on fire, like, oh, I spent 2 stamina to set that entire castle on fire. Where's all that energy coming from? The plane of fire. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Now,
kind
don't
of
get me wrong,
it's kind
it
of
does get
the
more-
it's the thermodynamic equivalent of offloading all of the work to another country.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Create circuits. That is, if you start with a room that takes mana and converts it
Most
to
of your
heat.
citizens will not care if it is not impacting their country.
To answer a
That
handful of
type of
questions that I've noticed in chat, yes, Utopia's magic system is Turing complete. People are asking about circuits and like the technological capabilities magic. Magic is Turing complete. One of the reasons that we say don't talk about delay is because delay gets into really convoluted systems where you can nest a spell in a spell. That should be all I have to say to get your mind running, I'd assume. To see
It's
how
the
far
equivalent
you can go
of
with
using
this.
redstone to make Minecraft in Minecraft, but magic.
Yeah. For some reason,
Now, it
I
is
thought you were
not
talking about
infinitely
airplanes.
looping typically, but it does still work.
Yeah. Toss garbage in the ocean. That won't have consequences ever. And that is another part of it, right? Even if we have a trash plane, even if we have a plane that acts as our, interplanar dumpster, that's a form of pollution, right? Now, it's a form of pollution that commoners like us aren't going to know about. But if you're on the level of, primordials, right, of gods or whatever, like we talked about in Utopia, it doesn't have a maximum level. So you can go as far as you want. When you get to level hundreds into the thousands, this planar pollution might actually be a problem to you, right? Because swapping between planes, you probably have a summer home over in the plane of fire. And when people keep, throwing trash into the plane of fire, you're kind of like, dude, you're messing up my view.
Yeah,
but
every
probably
time
on a
someone
more
sets a
scale.
goblin on fire, it ends up in the plane of fire. And you don't want
Yeah.
roast goblin on your lawn.
No, using this portal of hell to toast my bread. That's what I'm saying. No, but it does. It's going to produce some type of pollution. What that means to each individual may be different. Bag of rats in the absolute worst case.
Oh God! Don't get me started on the bag of rats.
The bag of rats, please no.
So there's an I guess technically speaking, it's a TTRPG. It's DM-less, or I guess DM full because all the players are DMs to smaller degrees. In the game that I play, I'm basically in charge of consequences, basically everything having a price. And I'm also in charge of, in particular, the hells, because consequences. There's going to be a negative impact if you try to do mostly positive and ignore the negative. I'm the one keeping track of all the negatives. In particular, one of the hells is called Mutter Heap, which is basically a huge dumping ground. They just literally took a portal from where you are to into that space and just threw all of your garbage and failed projects and stuff. So it is crawling with failed projects of like people trying to play God and just throwing all of their junk in there. So it just created an abandoned plane that is nothing but a dumpster fire.
That sounds lovely. I would go
with
there.
things that are still alive and surviving, and have a bit of a what's the word a gripe with the world that they came from because they're the byproducts that were considered failures. So they're called demons in that sense because it's a form of hell.
That makes sense. There is a question that I would like to answer just for the sake of context. Actually, with this realization, how does necromancy actually work in the universe in Utopia? How are things living, etc.? I don't want to get too hard into the fundamental mechanics of Utopia because it's not specific to the premise of how does magic affect the real world. I'll give you some of the context. So when you cast a spell, it goes through the Aether. The Aether is basically the dimension of souls, for lack of a better term. This is not because it deals with souls. It's because this dimension is purely informational, and it's just the best satellite. It's the best place to shoot a probe because it sees everything else, right? It's the plane between planes, for lack of a better term. It is not that, but I'm going to call it that for layman's terms. Necromancy is actually probably one of the fundamentally simplest forms of magic, funny enough, because normally when a spell goes into the Aether, it has to be given a set of coordinates or routes. For instance, if you're creating fire, right, you send a probe into the Aether and you say, take me to the plane of fire and retrieve it. So you go through the Aether, it points you at the plane of fire, and you create this tunnel where you can pull fire out. Since spells use the soul's dimension, quote unquote, for necromancy, you just don't need to do anything. You just stay there. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to necromancy, the rule of thumb is if you double over dead, if you go down to 0 health, and then you take your health worth of damage again, your body is considered annihilated, which means that you are not functionally capable of holding onto your soul anymore. If you're just any Joe Schmo, it means you're dead forever, right? Because even if you were to get resurrected, your soul will reconglomerate, which means it's like if your soul is written on a piece of paper, it's like lighting the paper on fire. Like, yes, we can remember what was on the paper, but you'll never put that paper back together, right? So when it comes to necromancy, it's just shoving a soul, either just grabbing a chunk of the Aether and just shoving it inside something, or grabbing a soul that still exists and putting it in something else. If that makes any sense. If the body is incapable of harvesting life or holding life, mana will make up the difference, right? The spell will make up the difference. It'll give you mana joints, or an animated golem of some type, where it fulfills the difference in motor functions and mental functions and what have you.
From Rain is Falling. I think I'm cutting Ori off, but he's lagging here. We won't go deep into it. Starts using many big words and tangenting. Yes, that is what we do. I think for the rest of this conversation, we will probably use Utopia more as a reference point, just because it's something that we're very familiar with. We won't assume that it's always true, and I'm sure that we'll be exploring other possibilities. But that will be sort of our assumption of the rule set, and we probably won't go too deep into it. Although, you can imply that our answers are sort of Utopia coded from here on out.
Yes.
Also, when it comes to like the double over dead, I've always considered the case of annihilation, like if you get thrown into the middle of the ocean and are unable to be rescued, there's a point at which you are have drowned and are dead, a point which you can no longer be resuscitated via CPR, and a point in which your body has been decayed in that water for so long that you are basically part of the ocean now.
Yeah. And pretty much. And I mean, I think that's kind of the true death that I was talking about earlier during the healthcare ramble. I think that realistically, there's a point, no matter what system you're in, there's a point of no return. And that is the quote unquote true death, where death may be, non-permanent or semi-permanent, depending on what system, what setting you're in. But there's always some form of true death, right? Where no amount of resurrection, no amount of necromancy is ever going to help you anymore. And maybe some systems just genuinely don't have that. Maybe there's always a way. Example is like Marvel, right? There's always a way. There's always something you can do to bring somebody back. There's never not a solution. But that's the nature of a soft magic system.
If there isn't a solution, then the writer hasn't tried hard enough.
Yeah, that's the nature of a soft magic system, right? I think that it's possible that true death is kind of a hard magic system capability.
I think it's less that true death is a hard magic capability, and more lack of true death is a soft magic ability.
That's fair. That makes sense. Someone in chat says the best way to see how entropy isn't conserved is divination. Obeying entropy, divination would be thousands of times more costly than other spells considered the same cost. I think that's pretty accurate.
I don't think I understand that.
Well, I think it's more in the case of, like, in order to gain information, say, like, I'm I guess it's sort of like the way I'm looking at it is like speed of light type, where the information itself must travel from the thing you are sourcing to you. So that travel itself must have a cost. And hell, you can dive that into E equals MC squared and stuff like that, where the energy it takes to have that information travel to you. Hell, you could have divination be esoteric in a way where, like, you ask a question and the universe will give you a sign of yes or no or what have you. And if you are able to interpret it, great. If you can't, you missed it.
I think yay and nay. I think to an extent, when it comes to divination, what you're receiving is information, and information feels like a nebulous term, but it's really not. It's very, very mechanical in how it works, right? Information destruction is, an entire field of science. You know what I mean? Information theory, yada, yada, whatever. In order to gain information, you must have perception, right? You must be able to perceive something. Now, the reason, in my mind, why divination does not have the excessive cost that it should, given that it is basically infinite range, you can do it about anything. You can ask any question about the world, and it'll find a way to figure it out. In Utopia, as long as it doesn't claim the future, right? Like, foresight is not something that divination offers you, minus predictability calculus matrix. The reason why there is no such thing as information destruction, period. I mean, black holes destroy. Is it Hawking radiation?
The information itself,
It's still there.
the information itself is on the surface of the black hole's horizon, event horizon, but the matter itself is no longer, an energy that itself is all condensed to the bottom.
Oh.
It's inescapable. It's not destroyed, but it's put in a cage that it's never going to leave.
When I looked it up, it says whether black holes destroy information is one of the biggest unresolved mysteries in modern physics.
Yes, we don't know for sure. There is a theory going around that, like, it's basically trapped on the surface of the event horizon is the information itself.
No, they do not. That's literally a result that won a Nobel Prize for Hinton. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, even then, a spell being cast is an information satellite, right? So it's sending an information packet and it's requesting something else. Now, the way that divination works in my head, a little bit hand-wavy, but is rather than just sending it and having an infinite number of places that it could go and just having an automatic assignment as to where it could go, as to its trajectory, whatever, divination requires something, right? Like, you need to give it a pathway. If you're asking about a person, you need to have something about that person. You need to hold on to something that person owned or what have you, to create the insulated wire for your spell to travel. Does the book state that? No. It's more complicated than it needs to be. But realistically, mechanically, the Aether is about, your emotional attachment to things. How well... What's that?
Or it actually does kind of state that a little bit, which is that it is the tendency of divination to answer your question in the easiest way possible. So if you, for example, use divination to locate a creature, and you decide to locate a creature, and the description that you give is something alive, it will give you the easiest answer to that, which is the closest thing that's alive. So it isn't necessarily going through infinite work to do that. It is giving you, the least resistance as it can. And the best way to fix that is by being as specific as possible, using, tools, for example, being extremely descriptive, understanding what you're talking about. Yeah, it's monkey paw rules. So
yeah.
In Utopia, its answered might not be for every system. There might be cases where divination works very differently. But we always treat it as something where it is going to give you the worst answer that it possibly can.
Yeah, let's find food. The points at Armis.
Yeah. I do think that there's a world where divination is still very, very exponentially costing, or should be, because, what is it? It's cube space law? What's it called?
Square cubed law.
Oh,
square cube law. Yeah. Thank you. Where you're checking a bigger and bigger area for every single time that you don't find anything, and you are getting exponentially higher costs as time goes on. Now, given divination is required that there is a mana connection, right? Like, there has to be mana between you and the target. So that is to assume that divination can just kind of read all of mana at once. The amount of calculation required in that is ridiculous, right? It is.
Does that mean that you can have a room that's? Does that mean you can have a room that's basically like a mana like, how a thermos uses an insulation
an
to the
insulated
point where,
area? Yes.
Yeah.
That
so
would cancel divination.
You can use that That's insane. Okay.
Yes.
That's
why,
called Shrouded.
Yeah, that's kind of how Shrouded works, in fact. It creates an anti-mana field, just a paper-thin anti-mana field that prevents you from being seen through divination. Because
call that a mana thermos, because that's funny.
I saw a statement from Matthew in the chat. You could go with the actual divine implementation of divination, whereas you ask a god or some other force for the answer. That is a super valid way of doing it.
Yes.
It's not what Utopia does, but I would argue that is a great option. Yeah, there's a few reasons, but that is a good answer
But it
in
is
some
an
world
option.
building.
That's also where I was when it comes to divination. Like, in my setting, divination does exist. It is esoteric and you have to be able to interpret it. If you miss it, tough shit. But it does technically exist and it is heavily limited, primarily so I have an ability to where my characters aren't like, oh, just divination and solve the mystery entirely.
Yeah, I think that Utopia's approach is more, what's it called? What's that Library of Alexandria? No. Is it Library of Alexandria? Thank you.
Babel.
Basically, there's an infinite amount of text in divination, right? There's an infinite number of books with an infinite number of words in each one. Not in each one, but an infinite number of permutations of results that you could receive. Like Ashton said, you just have to decipher it, right? You have to assume that you asked the right question. Because if you ask it poorly and you get an answer, it's not the answer you intended if you did not do your research on it or if you don't feel confident. The future is fuzzy in the Mirror Myth for a very extensive and convoluted reason, indeed. And we definitely don't need to get into that. If I do, Rain will kill me.
Which is why I will get into it. The reason is because we're going on to the next question.
Yeah.
Very good dodge.
Which is industry and production. Who wants to talk about industry and production?
I would love to get a little bit nitty gritty about that. So one of the things that we talked about is the difference between technology and magic, right? So no matter how quote unquote magical or arcane or supernatural it is, the moment it becomes adopted and regularized into infrastructure, it becomes technology. Whether it's arcane or not does not matter. It's still technology, right? I don't care if it's a firearm that uses gunpowder and a mechanical hammer, or if it's a magical stick.
If it can be used to make someone's life easier, it is technology.
Yeah, or if it's a stick that casts fireball or casts, throw metal really fast. Both of those are forms of technology.
Yeah.
However, in most instances that I've seen where magic is internalized in some way, it seems like the most traditional form of magic is less good at becoming infrastructure, right? It's more focused on the individual. Like for instance, spellcasting. If we take spellcasting into consideration, spellcasting is not good for infrastructure. It's terrible for infrastructure because you require a person to do that. Going back to oppression, I mean, you could enslave a mass, quantity of people, but all those people know magic. So they might just murder you. You know what I mean? It's really hard to control a mass populace of people that specifically know how to cast spells. You know what I mean? Because that is your target demographic in this case. So when it comes to infrastructure, assumingly, unless you have a way, like rune carving, I've heard people mention rune carving a few times now. Unless you have a sustainable way to make an object into an artifact, like in the conversation of artifacts versus relics, unless you have a way to make a magical item do the same thing multiple times over and over and over again, it's going to be really difficult to produce autonomy, which is kind of a prerequisite for infrastructure, in my opinion. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rex or Ashton.
Autonomy is not a prerequisite for infrastructure. Autonomy is sort of a prerequisite for advanced factories.
That's fair.
Also,
yes, it is difficult.
Not really a correction, but more a thing that came to mind when you said that. When it comes to what labor collars are, like blue collar, white collar, etc.
Yes.
Would magic users be a new form of collar, or would it just be in some sort of alternate form of collar, where you still have blue and white collar, but you have blue collar, white collar, blue magic, white magic?
It depends on the setting. Again, it depends on what magic does for you there. As an arbitrary example, and this was a huge conversation from a bunch of people, which is magical infrastructure. one conversation that came up was construction. What does construction look like in a magical setting? Are all of your construction workers going to know how to cast magic? That takes a lot of education. Eventually, they're just going to move on potentially. So that's problematic. Or are you just going to build a tool that anyone can use that does the same thing as a spellcaster?
That's actually
I
a
think
really
it
good
depends.
Like the
question.
easier answer.
I think it depends on the problem, because you have it's kind of the similar differences between like a plumber solving problems and a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer. Like, they are on the rough region of what their knowledge base is. Some of them have a deeper knowledge base for a particular thing. So at the very least for construction, you'd have people who have some spells, but most of them wouldn't, and only a few people who are very highly educated is the equivalent of a of like the major contractors. While
Or like
otherwise
a
you have
foreman.
subcontractors. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So I think
assuming
you would have some form of that, but it wouldn't be the entire team having all of it.
let let me throw a really specific example down. You are building a skyscraper and you need to move an I-beam. If you don't know what an I-beam is, it's a really, really long piece of very, very thick steel. It's several tons, right? Now, assume that you could either get a crane, right, which is the device that we would use to lift that object. The reason that we use a crane is because there is no single person in the universe who could lift that I-beam. However, this is a world where somebody could. So would they? Would there be people who are specifically delegated to lift I-beams or equivocally heavy objects, right? Would you need a car lift if there are people who can just lift it up with their mind, given they are extremely trained and endurant? But a crane is really expensive. Like, that's really expensive technology.
I think comparatively, you wouldn't have either. Maybe in smaller projects you would, because telekinesis would be able to allow that, at the very least on a small scale, and be economical about it. But I think in terms of a skyscraper size of I-beam, you would probably have some form of technology utilizing that same magic that isn't as expensive as a crane, because a crane is only using like materials, while a magical crane would be using a combination of the two to make it basically as efficient as possible for what you're putting in.
Well,
Now,
not necessarily.
This is actually really interesting. And if you use, like I said, we're going to use this as an example. So if we use utopia mechanics, Rix probably already sees the disparity here, because if you're using telekinetic force, you need like an X of like, let's say 1,000, right? It's not unheard of for a caster. Ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. There are, mid-level casters who could do it if that's all they ever did, right? There is no technology that does that. It is so expensive to make continuous technology that capable. Rix, what rarity would that be?
If you are, so this is a complicated question. The simple answer is you're not making an item out of it. You are making a massive like structure out of it.
Yeah.
And this is what I was going to say.
Well, I would call a crane a structure rather than an item, but yeah.
Yes.
It's a
and in the
vehicle.
case of a structure, it is something that you make once and then it exists forever, which makes it a little cheaper in the grand scheme of things. If it takes you the equivalent, the real world equivalent of $40,000 to make a crane, is that cheaper than just hiring someone and paying them a salary?
Yeah.
Odds are
That raises the question on if they're able to do it, because I think after a certain, like, yes, you're going to have people who can use magic to that extent, but I think you will eventually run into a situation where no caster has any hope of lifting an entire goddamn Mount Everest.
No, realistically not. At that point, you need to use some crazy, complicated series of things. But also at that point, why are you doing that? So, that's production to sort of the massive scale. And that's when we're saying, if it's not possible for magic to do, it's not possible for technology to do. But in the range of things where it is possible for technology to do, and it is possible potentially for magic to do, what's your answer? In the case of a crane, I would say you would probably not hire a person to do it. You would make an actual device to do it, and you would staff that device with relatively skilled people who could work on it. and you'll get a lot more dexterity out of it. You will get a substantial amount of money saved out of it. The only downside is that at the end of it, you're going to need to dismantle this and take it apart and then use it somewhere else.
And that's kind of the thing. I mean, truthfully, I think the answer is that both of them are applicable for different reasons. But like the amount of agility and versatility that comes from hiring one person to do it is kind of ridiculous, right? Like how long does it take to set up a crane? What do you have to do to set up a crane? A lot.
So this is why it becomes relevant to you, Ori. As someone who has interacted with construction in a pretty substantial amount, I can tell you, building a skyscraper for the average, construction company is going to take multiple years.
Yes.
So your question is, if I can make a crane that does one person's job, does it cost less than hiring one person for 2 years?
Well, that's the question of,
that's fair.
Would it take only one person is my question. That's basically my entire point is.
Theoretically, that's the point here, is you're hiring someone who is hyper competent. And that's why it becomes a little complicated at different scales. For a skyscraper, that's one thing. If you are building a very small building that is, it's 1 floor tall and you want to get it done in 2 months, you're not going to build a crane to do that. You might rent out a portable crane, but you're gonna hire someone. It's easier. So there's scales to these things, and again, there's maybe a negotiation. So it's a very complex question, and I think that the answer is you're going to have a mix of the physical infrastructure of vehicles. Yes.
Most of our discussion has become how scalable is this option?
Yeah, and I mean, the other problem here that's not being considered as well is that in this magical world, especially if we're using Utopia as a basis, there are just creatures who could lift up an I-beam, like at the end of the day. Like, you don't need magic. There are creatures who are just simply strong enough. I don't think, truthfully, I don't think you would have a crane or a mage. I think you would just have a dude that could lift them, and he would be on your construction team.
What are the giants that supposedly built? No, I'm talking like there were, I guess technically multiple cultures where it was giants have built, like basically the mountains. You also have like the case in Isengard where the wall itself was built by giants and stuff. So I guess like in that regard,
I don't want to lose what Ori said a second ago, which is you would just have a guy strong enough to pick those things up. I'll be honest, I don't think so.
Really?
Because what level do you need to be able to lift something like that?
I don't think you need to be level. I think you need to be a sentinel sexling.
Yes, but okay. For context for people in YouTube, there is a hypothetical race that is 5 times stronger than humans. That's our sentinel
for carrying
we're
things.
Specifically for lifting stuff.
So they're not like brr strong, punch you strong. They're pick things up strong, specifically, which is a really good form of hireable specialization.
And if you're able to lift an I-beam, you're probably also just, I'm strong too, but
probably.
So let's say you have a hypothetical I-beam that is 1,000 kilograms, arbitrary number.
Yeah.
If you are this hypothetical race that is 5 times stronger than a person, it's really like lifting 200 kilograms.
Yes.
Which is still like an Olympic level feat.
Yeah. I mean, in the world of Utopia, I think that's like a level 20 to 30 feet, realistically. If you're specialized. Hyper specialized, level 20 to 30, I would say. Which is adept.
Or you give someone a vehicle that has 500 mages on it and say good luck.
That is also fair. No, that's a good point. I mean, I see the reason in both. I think that there's a threshold of longevity, but there's a lot of time, like when you were talking about like building a normal house, this is what actually made me think of this in the first place. You probably just wouldn't use magic. Like at the end of the day, it's still just simpler to have dudes pick things up. Like, there's no reason to hire a mage. Like, at the end of the day, I think magic becomes an optional replacement for brute force. So, like, if you are a construction worker, you can just be an educated mage who went into construction, who doesn't lift things physically. Like, that's your personal approach to it, right? You are as strong as somebody. If you could telekinetically move up to 50 kilograms of matter, then you are as strong as somebody who could lift 50 kilograms of matter with their bare hands, given you can do it at range, right? It's just a function of versatility at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Many
like
hands might
having
like the
big
word.
and long arms.
It's many hands might light the work. It doesn't matter what hands those are.
Yeah. And that's kind of the interesting thing, is that it just kind of comes back to, no, we'd probably still just build a machine to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there would be machines built to do it for the cases where it is generally just more complicated or more expensive in some form or another to coordinate multiple people doing something.
Yeah, like London mentioned, like you might use like a Magi Matter pulley, right? Like, so you summon a pulley into existence. Maybe you use magic to craft things, but it becomes another one of those, right? It just becomes integrated into the same set of habits that we would have had anyways, right? It's what we would do normally, but with more pizzazz. There's some magic mixed in, you know what I mean? Like, to craft the thing, maybe we use magic, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're still using a giant rig to lift things up rather than doing it ourselves, because it's just simpler to do it that way at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's no multiplicative effect that doesn't have extreme cost, at least, again, using Utopia standards. There are multiplicative effects, but they have like permanent costs on you. And I don't mean like life force. Like, it gets worse than life force. Like, your maximum threshold of life force is decreased once you get into multiplicative costs. Even gods fear the costs that multiplicative effects take, at least in Utopia.
And that's not for a world building reason for the most part. That is, I would argue, primarily a balancing reason, because Utopia is a game to be played.
Yeah. To increase subtraits? Oh, I understand. Okay, no. Increasing subtraits is fair. Increasing your own subtraits is a magical effect as well. That is really important. I think that alteration mages are ultimately gonna be probably the strongest side of the mages workforce. Like, it seems like an educated blue-collar trade. Like engineering or being an electrician, being a plumber, right? Like, an alteration mage probably falls under a similar guise as that, where it's so important to generalize construction and contracting when it comes to supply and industry, but it's also extremely educated. So they make a trade school for it, right? It's not like, oh, you're a doctor. It's like there is a school specifically to be an electrician, and you don't need to go to college. You need to go to an employee's trade school. They'll teach you on the job how to do it. That's how I see alteration.
That also means that there's alteration guilds, like, for labor unions.
Ori, I do have another answer to actually a question that I just realized it from earlier, which is, okay, you need to take an I-beam up to the top of a building. How do you do that? I feel like the mage's answer isn't that I use telekinesis to bring an I-beam to the top of a building. I feel like the mage's answer is I take something really light to the top of a building and then I turn it into an I-beam. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You know, actually, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they could probably like 3D print the skyscraper, honestly.
Hell, I was gonna say, you could literally like turn the heavy I-beam into something smaller, carry it up, put it into position, and then change it.
I will say issue with that. Permanence does require DHP, which means somebody's losing life force.
It doesn't need to be permanent.
So you're feeding them energy drinks. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And by
it doesn't
energy
need to be
drinks,
permanent.
you mean
it just
medical
needs
equipment.
Yeah, I mean morphine. That's what I'm referring to when I say energy drinks.
That's why I think if you build the I-beam first, turn it into something for a temporary length, and then put it into place, and then turn it back, you don't need the permanence.
That becomes very expensive in Utopia, at least.
Yeah, and also you can't change the mass of something in Utopia.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can, to a small extent, in the way that breaks physics, right? So, like you can make something physically smaller. I guess you can't change mass, you can change size, right? So you can make it smaller, but it just becomes denser, yeah. So it doesn't become lighter in that sense. You can make it slightly less bulky, and maybe more specific to your proportions, but you're still holding... What?
If I take the entire planet and condense it down to maybe the size of a dime, it would be a black hole the size of a dime.
Indeed, and it is not physically possible in Utopia. And that's by design, unsurprisingly. When you alter something's size, you can only go down a size category if you're specialized.
Yeah.
So you can't compact a thing beyond a critical mass. There is one exception to that. There's one exception to that that I don't want to get into.
Terrifying.
And it's if something is colossal, there's no maximum to it. So if something's critical mass happened to be still super massive, in Utopia, you could make a black hole out of it.
So the sun.
I
you
think
take
the
something
sun
as
is
big as
actually
the sun.
too big still. I mean too small still.
No, because you could collapse it down to the size below colossal. You could collapse it down to massive.
I don't think that's the sun's critical mass. I think that's
how big is massive?
Not big.
Massive is, I think it has to be over a kilometer.
I'm so sorry, everyone
No, it's
who has
more
to
than
deal
that.
with this. Colossal is this is bad news for you, Ori. Colossal
200.
is too large to fit in a 200-meter cube.
200
So
meter?
anything meter.
I thought it was kilometer.
No.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, the sun works.
Yeah, no, the sun would work.
Sorry for everyone who is dealing with the Utopia lingo here. Again, it's a fun exercise to push the limits of your own world.
It wouldn't change if you turn the sun into a black hole. It would not change the orbit of anything. It would only change the sun being visible in the sky and sustaining life on the planet.
Which
and
is a big
it being
deal.
dark and not transferring heat anymore and so on and so on.
Yep.
It's fine. Don't
A
worry
lot
about
of
it.
issues with that.
Does alteration conserve mass? Yes, it does. There's one more thing I want to bring up, and it's something that's not described in Utopia, but I think is a thematic premise that is very important, right? In Utopia, when you're playing the game, and when you cast something that is permanent, you just, like you said, you just take some morphine, call it a day, right? But in reality, because Utopia does not check for aging, for decomposition, for things like that, I think that consistent casting like that is an extreme taxation on your body, right? Like you're
Absolutely.
lowering your lifespan by doing that. Not literally, but kind of like, it's like being hard on your knees, you know what I mean? Being hard on your back, jumping off of roofs because it's fun when you're young will have repercussions when you're old. So casting permanent spells all the time will have significant repercussions on you as you mature as a mythical creature even.
So you'd be like, you would be like 200, look 800.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
Have a lot of back pain.
Yeah.
Or say drinking
you
3
don't
energy
already.
drinks a day. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see any potential issues with that personally.
So let's
Ori.
look at the rest of industry and production, of which there is a lot still. Because
Oh,
industry
is
and
there?
production is such a so much. We haven't talked about supply chains.
Oh, that's true. I want to say I think Chillspree mentioned sports. There's an entire section for recreation, which I'm so excited to get into. So I do want to talk about sports, but first we have to talk about supply chains.
And supply chains are so important, Ori. You're looking forward to talking about supply chains.
I'm looking forward to talking about supply chains. I learned just now.
Yeah.
Rex, why are you sounding like the narrator from Slay the Princess?
I don't sound like the narrator from Slay the Princess. So, supply chains. What's a supply chain? The relevant information for a supply chain is there's a few major steps. The first major step is procurement of your basic supply. Let's use steel as an example again. So procurement of steel is you mine down, you retrieve steel, not steel, you retrieve iron. You retrieve it back to land. Then there is transport of from your procurement location to your processing location. The processing location is some sort of factory wherein they will refine it in some amount and actually turn it into steel by adding carbon and managing that somewhat closely. From your refinement location, you are going to deliver it to a production location, which is where you turn it from generic steel into something useful, like a legitimate product, whatever that is. This is a fantasy example, so we're going to call it swords. You make swords. And then finally, you're going to transport that to your market, and then from your market, it goes to the consumer. That's 5 steps here. And every single step of this supply chain gets so much more complicated with magic.
Oh, absolutely.
So
I think the first question is transportation, right? There's a lot of transportation. There's a lot of moving one thing from one place to another. This is this is a place where I think Utopia is going to break away from traditional, because I think that teleportation is a very, in my opinion, disrespected capability.
Yeah.
I think that it's very easy in a lot of magic systems, and it should not be. Locomotion is such a valuable asset. No, okay, that's not to say that it shouldn't be. That is to say that it is kind of one of those things that I think a lot of, when it comes to storytelling, is kind of a blockade.
It's taken for granted.
Yeah, well, it's a nuisance to storytelling, right? It's annoying to have to contend with the fact that your people need to go 100 miles that way, and that's going to take like 3 weeks, which in your specific conflict is enough time for the world to end, right? That it's just annoying.
It'll write you into a corner. There's a reason that one does not simply teleport into Mordor. You gotta walk.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Wait a minute.
assuming that you respect locomotion, I presume that we're going to be using fundamentally the same methods, right? We're going to use minecarts. Teleportation is not worth it. If you're using Utopia mechanics, teleportation is extremely not worth it. It's up there with the multiplicative magics where you're basically permacapping somebody for the rest of their life to move something one time. It's not worth it. It's not sustainable. There's no way to make it happen consistently. So you build a car, you build a minecart, you build a train. You know what I mean? How do you produce the mineral in the first place when it comes to mining and stuff like that? Divination matters again, right? If you can divine, if you can come up with a formula to figure out where iron is, now you have a person, right? I mean, you could probably build an object that does the same thing, but assumingly you can have these diviners that are really good at finding, you know,
they're
raw
surveyors
iron specific.
at that point.
Yeah, so your surveyors are probably diviners because it's probably the fastest way to do that. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a piece of technology that anybody could use where you go, click, your iron's that way. You know what I mean? But there's also a level of...
Ori, there's no pure iron. All iron ore is oxidized.
Well, you get my point, right? As long as you can specify what it is, you know,
80% or better.
Yeah, there you go. As long as you can specify exactly what you're looking for, chances are a person is going to have better intuition, right? Because a divination spell will tell you that direction. But a person who's done this for 20 years will be able to say, the closest one is in this direction. However, it's probably a tiny little pocket that's not worth breaking out the drill. You know what I mean? You know, he'll go around and triangulate what you're looking for. You know what I mean? The miners themselves would likely be geomancers. Geomancers would make sense. Diviners might make sense if you're looking for surveyors and things like that. I do think that you have newfound ways for a person to do their job. I think that the
I also think airships would be a lot, like, not to go not steampunk. I guess steampunk would be the best option there. But like, not only would you have trains for land travel, but airships would be comparatively a lot easier because of magic being able to be used in a lot of those like engines and stuff.
Yeah. Again, I think magic is just going to be softly integrated into everything that we do. The moment something turns en masse, the answer is pretty much what we're doing now, but with magic.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
we're gonna use a mine.
We have airplanes.
It'll just be a magical mine.
Yeah, like we have airplanes nowadays, but I think it would be basically a little bit better. But you would also have for smaller, like you have blimps and hot air balloons, but most of those are novelty because it's such a hassle having to deal with wind. When you're dealing with magic, that becomes a lot more viable because you're not completely at on the mercy of the winds in the same way that you are with sailing. So you, in the same way that you have how boats became better because of engines and being able to steer in the water, and not just being at the mercy of the wind, airships would be under the same principle, which means they'd be a lot more viable than they are in real life.
Yes. I think that at the end of the day, a minecart's going to be a minecart. It's just cheaper and easier to use, you know, the resources necessary.
Small scale would be easier.
To build a cart that does the thing you need it to do. Can you spend exponentially more resource to make something slightly better? Yes, absolutely you could. Is it worth it? No. Especially not for a corporation
diminishing returns.
Who's producing something en masse, right? You want to use the lowest amount of resource for the most optimal solution. So using the 5 steps of a supply chain, you need to produce the resource, the mineral, whatever. So chances are there's surveyors, there's people who are accredited and specifically capable of doing this type of thing. You're taking that to a processing facility. processing probably looks different, but ultimately is going to be the same gist, right? Like where you get the carbon from might be different. Maybe you use transmutation, but transmutation isn't that sustainable. So you probably need someone who's finding, resources, burning wood, producing carbon in some fashion to make this sustainable, because people casting spells, casting transmutation is not sustainable in this world. So
I was going to say the sourcing would be very similar, but I think the actual locations, like the processing plant itself, would look vastly different.
I think
it was like the steps would be the same. The methods would be different.
Where the materials come from that turn into the final result is ultimately going to be the same, because you can't put people into it, right? Like magic is not going to produce more for you. Oddly enough, it's actually really bad for supply. You know what I mean? It is not cost effective to make permanent resource. However, if you need something temporarily, such as heat, then people are great for that, right? Because they can just do that temporarily and then breathe a lot. And then they get their energy back. You know what I mean? It's a taxing job, but that's fine, right? You don't need a furnace. You can use people. Given it might just be cheaper to use a furnace, but
yeah, you'd also have the case of, in that regard of and then breathing a lot. Like you have ways of restoration in other people. So you have like medics on standby. Essentially, especially with every party having a medic, so to speak. You result in, even if you are having spellcasters do that, then you have someone on standby able to utilize their own ability to help keep them from killing themselves, which means you are basically doubling your efficiency of recovering that stamina.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, though, it's going to wrap back around. When you become en masse, there's no reason to use people as furnaces. Small companies probably do. A small blacksmith, might use thaumaturgy or pyromancy to heat their metal. When it's en masse, there's no reason to pay people a salary when you could build a machine one time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's a magical machine, it can be a magical furnace, but there's no reason to keep people there. Transportation, I think, again, is all the same. When you're transporting it to the supplier or to the merchant, the vendor, what have you. Same
fabrication.
Same methods of locomotion. You know what I mean?
I think for the most part, airplanes. I was gonna say trains, airplanes, and airships for if you don't need to worry about speed.
I will say the third dimension is probably used more often in a magical society, like you said.
100%, especially with flyers.
Yeah,
especially with flying people.
I would argue otherwise, and in the real world, if you are transporting large amounts of a substance, you are transporting it via water.
Yeah, large substances, sure, but like if you have a city or some sort of civilization that has a dramatic difference in elevation from things that are relatively close together on the map, you are going to have some people who can fly probably be in the mailing service of things that someone can carry on their person and still fly. So like if I want to send a letter to my friend who is like a kilometer above me in elevation, I'm not going to have someone walk all the way up the mountain and all the way back.
Yeah, flyers are useful for that sort of small range.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that's all I was saying is just when it comes to flyers, that would be the small scale. For large scale, you're still going to be using trains and boats.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, right, when it comes to mass supply chains, you don't need to be fast because you can plan a year in advance. You know what I mean? So
I think the one exception would be perishables, but even then, that if the real world can think of ways around perishables, their world can too.
That is a really interesting insert into supply is commodification, right? So when it comes to en masse infrastructure, the answer is probably going to be pretty similar regardless of how much magic you have applicable to you. However, the commodification of things, how long a perishable can be kept to good, how long your food can be preserved is a lot different now, right? Because you have magic. Like, yes, it is not sustainable. It doesn't need to be sustainable. That's what makes it a commodity, right? Because somebody sat down and bled on this thing to make sure that you could eat it, which is a weird way to say that. But you get
that is such a grim way of saying there are starving children in Africa. Eat your dinner.
There are starving children in Africa bleeding on your perishable.
Somebody bled on your beef so you could eat this. Please eat it.
I hope someone bled on it. It was my beef. Yeah.
Straight to no context with that. Yeah, no kidding. How is the energy situation handled? Does creating mass with I presume that's gravitational potential energy cost more than one without?
No.
No. So I think we have gravity batteries. That's called a dam and a reservoir.
Yes.
But
Also,
when it comes to like
potential energy is made up.
technically yes, but it's more the energy it takes to slow it down. Never mind.
It's not made
when
up.
it comes to,
I mean, it is
when it comes to thermodynamics in that sense. If you are literally for your heat, if you are pulling from the elemental plane of fire, then that is not free heat because technically speaking, you're still pulling it from somewhere. But in terms of just your plane, it is free heat. So energy would be easier to come by, but there is going to be a ceiling of efficiency, and as technology progresses, in the same way that we have developed and refined like nuclear power, you have cases where that's still going to have to go through the same hoops in order to make it better and better.
Yeah.
So it's both easier and not easier at all.
In 5e, there's a way to preserve a full body for 10 days in the same state with one spell, but there's nothing for preserving food. Well, it sounds like you could preserve food for 10 days.
Well,
no,
it's a body.
I don't like 5e magic. I'm really not a fan of 5e magic. Everybody in the community is extremely surprised. Everybody gasped.
To be perfectly fair, they are trying to pull from so many different fantasy settings into one world. I understand why that can be difficult, in fact, impossible. They do handle it okay to where it's balanced enough for a table to work with. But I can understand your gripes with the fact that, like, yeah, if it works with one thing but doesn't work with another thing, that's just poor building. That's because they were trying to take a ton of tropes and settings and condense it rather than building from the ground up.
Yes.
But that's to put it simply.
I think my problem with 5e magic is it pulls the magic out of magic, right? You just have a list of spells that you can cast, right? You might as well have made those martialist abilities, because there's no specialization, there's no utility, right? Like, you have access to more damage types. But
I was gonna say, there is specialization, there is no versatility unless you can find a clever way to work within the limits of the spell, which are already tremendously limited.
Yes, I mean, don't get me wrong, you have more versatility than other classes because they just have less versatility than you, but it is not as versatile as magic should be, in my opinion. Magic is designed to be, the omni tool, right? Like, that's what makes magic so cool. It's an expensive...
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, it is an extremely expensive form of omni tool. You can do anything at a very, very high upfront cost. Prestidigitation would like a word with you 3. Okay, to be fair, I feel like magic could do a lot more than that. May I express a general dislike for spell slots? Yes, please. Rain, how do you feel about spell slots? Tell me your thoughts on spell slots.
For prestidigitation, doing a lot of things poorly is not good. I'll be so honest.
That's fair, yeah. I can clean and soil your pants with this one spell. Fear me. Speaking to London, I'm kind of going back a few steps here. I mean, you can just drop a kilo of mass 100 meters and create 1 kilojoule of energy. That's my issue, kind of. I agree. What we're skipping out on is the fact that you have to pull that mass from somewhere, and you are paying that cost, right? Like, you're paying at least a kilojoule of energy to summon that matter. So yes, you're creating.
It has to come from somewhere, and you have to use energy to make it go somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So even if you summon it, you're just paying that kilojoule of energy and storing it in the form of gravity battery, which is just how engineering works. Point blank. We're just using interplanar engineering now.
And that
again, just use a dam at that point. Use a reservoir.
Yeah. I'm more for spell points rather than spell slots. No, 100%. a lot of the people who are in the community are used to a stamina system, which is kind of in the same vein. Stamina is very replenishable, given. So basically, in between combats, you might as well consider all of your spell capability completely replenished by the time you finish a combat, right? Because you
I was
can
gonna say,
regenerate.
unless something happens immediately after, but even then, that's a rare circumstance.
Yeah, a moderate caster can replenish all of their stamina in 2 minutes of rest. And when I say rest, I don't even mean sleeping. I mean just doing nothing in particular. They'll regain all of their stamina in 2 to 3 minutes.
I've always considered it just meditation, which is probably why, like, comparatively, if you have a spellcaster that is very high in their mind score because of being a spellcaster, which is a cycle in of itself, that would also mean that they are more apt and adapted to that style of life, which means they're
Indeed.
going to be better handled to that.
That's the same thing as using specific apps on your phone. Others created the spells, you just use them. I agree, and Utopia actually uses that fundamentally. But Utopia uses it like someone made Lego bricks, and you could build stuff with the Lego bricks. The reason I don't like D&D is it's like they're selling only the finalized product. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like
imagine you can buy Legos, but you can only buy them completed, right? And you can't disassemble them. You can't buy Lego sets.
I mean, they do make models that are like, you can't. Lego is able to be taken apart and put back together in a completely different way. With D&D, you're given a ship in a bottle, and all of the pieces are basically only set up to fit in that ship in the bottle.
Yes. Interesting way to make an infinite power source. Get an artificer to make a bunch of alchemical jugs tuned to water, and then run those over a water wheel. In D&D, I believe that is possible, because I believe you can summon an alchemical jug.
Yes.
In Utopia, that is not possible, or at least it wouldn't be infinite energy, because the artificer has to expend energy to do that, and they will die if they don't stop and recuperate that energy. In a planar scope, it might be infinite because the water is coming from somewhere else. In an interplanar scope, it is not infinite because it's still coming from another plane.
Yeah, I think in that regard, just would it not be, in that sense, depending on the scale that you're going for, would it not be cheaper eventually for you to just create a rift that goes directly to the plane of water and have all of that water just rush in?
Yeah, generally. I mean, in Utopia, magic is not that simple. Like that's on par with teleportation. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying is, like, there is a certain threshold of that circumstance to where the scale that you need it at, it is easier to rift, which is hard in of itself. It is a cap, but it's the sort of thing of like, you're digging yourself into a pit. You have a high bar jump, and that jump is already pretty high. But as someone is digging the sand underneath you, at some point you're just going to jump because you have a better shot to jump than you are out of the hole than you are to make it all the way up to the bar.
Yeah.
I don't know if that analogy made sense, but I'm pretty sure I got there.
Yes, no, I think I understand where you're coming from. Given, at least in Utopia, I don't think there is an elemental plane of water. But you could
totally
harvest a similar effect. I don't think there is.
I think,
yeah, 100%.
Well,
okay.
I think comparatively, based off of the 3 elements, there is an equivalent, or at the very least, something very close.
London, I agree with you.
Move on to entertainment and recreation?
I think we do. I think we need to move on to MHB first. London, I agree with your point. I think that there is a counterpoint, but I don't think that it's on topic enough for me to describe it right now. I think I'm going to get more nitty gritty than I already have, and I shouldn't have gotten this far. Rain's going to kill me. But with that, I think that it's about time for us to get to MHB. So, chat, this is Mental Health Break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're going to be in the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes, which is not 100% true, because normally for MHB, as of recently, we played marbles. So, we're going to watch a marble race, and I'm going to be gone for about 10 minutes, give or take, while I go grab a snack, go grab a drink, everything like that. I'll leave these wonderful people on call with us. We'll be on this screen or the marble screen for a little bit. And I will return with a new topic, the same topic, but new echelon of the topic in about 10 minutes. Or before you go away, tell me what's going on. So the most recent YouTube video, Hale, I know, discrimination against Hale. The most recent YouTube video is what we're talking about. The preface of Can you recap what's been discussed? Yeah. So we basically recapsulated the video that happened already that we were talking about, which is what would a world of magic actually look like, right? Like what would be the fundamental difference of a world of magic? And what constitutes the difference? What does supply look like? What does everything look like? This is based on the most recent video that was posted on YouTube. On the Ori Don't channel, which I'm currently streaming on both Twitch and the Ori Don't channel right now. We recapped on the video, which was when magic was discovered or found or invented, and we're working under the assumption that it's always been around. How common it is, we're assuming that anybody can learn magic, however, to what level depends on complexity, intellect, tutelage, so on and so on. How does it affect supply, healthcare, and oppression? We went briefly over all three of those subjects. However, we've only recently gone much deeper into supply with infrastructure, with how it affects, you know, modern trades and things like that. For healthcare and oppression, I think the answer is predominantly it doesn't change a whole lot. Oppression is extremely, like ridiculously dependent on what your magic is capable of, right? Part of the question is, how good is magic at canceling magic, right? The better it is at preventing magic, at suffocating somebody else, at controlling a populace, the more oppressive it's going to be, and the more that your oppressive capabilities are going to increase. Otherwise, it's kind of harder to oppress because everybody's becoming this, the bottom line is going up once everybody knows magic, right? So it becomes harder to oppress if magic is not providing the tools to combat the higher bottom line. After MHB, we're going to talk about recreation. Hopefully that was a pretty good catch up.
That's pretty good, yeah. I think you hit all the major points.
Cool. I use FreeTube because I got sick of going through downloading. Ooh, I've never even heard of FreeTube. That's interesting. Neat. All right, chat. I'm gonna be gone.
I completely forgot Hale was boycotting.
Yes, I remembered because I presumed that I was going to hear something from Hale. Chat, marbles are going. I'll be back I'll be gone for about 5 or 10 minutes, give or take, and when I come back, we'll continue the conversation.
Oh, lovely. We're watching me. I'm going to win.
Currently, you are.
I'm going to. I always will.